Welcome back to Workers and Resources. I think this time we get our iron mine set up and hopefully can make some money. I need to check the iron price and wonder if that one increased as well with the steel price. It doesn't look like it. So I don't know how much related they are, but steel is, I guess, still its own thing. But we'll see if the iron price has any significant impact on that. We're also working on the loyalty issues of our citizens. I'm not sure why they have issues. There are enough staff for the kindergarten, so the people unable to work here should be able to put their little children into the kindergarten to make sure they can go to work instead. Sasal is flat, still complaining about low loyalty, so we'll also set up a few more monuments to hopefully deal with that. Hopefully we can start exporting cement soon, because the money is looking dicey. We still have loans to pay back, so we need to currently make a profit of 21,000 per month to break even. And last month looked pretty good, this month not so much. We also need to, this episode I think, start working on the food factory. And that one will have a rail connection to bring the crops here, as well as take the food and distribute it throughout our nation. I don't think it will be exported. I think there will be a very large warehouse full of food sitting here. And I guess if we have an extreme excess of food, maybe we can export. The largest storage for food would hold only 800 tons. And that's quite a large building. So the idea was to have the industry next to the lake, for making sure that it's away from the residential area, because it will create a lot of sewage, is the thought. So we have to put the residential area quite far away from that, or we have to purify the sewage to make sure it's not a problem. So we might have to put a water purification plant in the area, because I don't think... Well, I guess we could also make the food over here and just dump the sewage into this lake instead. That would work. $10 meters, and then it drops down. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think our food factory is going to be on that side. And with the new rail cargo station, it'll be relatively easy to hook everything up to one train station. You can have grain silos, you can have the food factory, you can have everything hooked up to this thing. And it pretty much will do everything. So what would we set up here? First up, grain silo for import. We are using 48 tons per food, 42 tons per food per day. So we don't need that much. But I think a large grain silo is still appropriate. Don't want to use the small one, I don't think. 800 tons always felt like a little bit too little. Now I don't know if a food factory can pull from the train cargo station if a silo is attached like that. Or if we have to attach the grain silo to the food factory directly. Don't actually know. I don't actually know. I think it will. It says the resources are available on the platform. I guess we're gonna find out. Because I think I will build it like that. Gotta sneeze. Oh, okay. Oof. Okay, so we will first try and see if the food factory can function like that. And if it does, we can just attach a food storage to this building as well. So we'll know if the grain supply to the food factory will work. The sewage from this area will be routed into this lake, and we'll build our residential area somewhere up here, so it remains unaffected. We'll have to make a rail junction that leads into this. The train station itself is longer than 155 meters, which is convenient because then we know that any train from the rail distribution office will fit into that. So yeah, the train may eventually lead up here. Probably against this hill, raising up and then going across. It's quite a large rail junction, but I think it'll be okay. And then the supply will just run into this. And have a switch in front. And then there might be an exit on this side as well, to also run through this direction. Very likely so. Okay. And also signals over here. It's a little bit close here. Maybe I should run the track along this side and then move back over. But I think there's enough distance here for trains to wait on that side instead. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I don't think I want a bridge here, but I might have to build one. Also looking a little bit strange. I don't think this is gonna work. Prefab patch bridge. Oh yeah, that'll work. Maybe not. It's a little bit too close. Just go good old reliable concrete bridge then, I guess. That works. Yeah, I think we're gonna go for that. Could move it over here to be a little bit further away from the junction, but I think this is fine. Now the way to the factory will be no bridge, which could be dangerous if there's a fire. But we need to test it out first. No, I need to all move this down a little bit, then we can have a bridge over here more easily. So we'll have to redo. The bridge will be crossing this area over the signals, I think. That means the bridge would also be quite a bit shorter. I'll make it a little bit longer, so the ramps don't look too off. Alright. That will be our road, then we have the option of having a bridge here. But at the start we're just going to test it with whatever we have. We don't even need any population here to see if the food factory will be able to take crops from the grain storage. Just need to set it up, deliver some crops and see what happens. Oh my god, there's so many complaints about loyalty. It's crazy. Yeah, we're only gonna build this to check. So it's gonna be just connected by dirt roads. It will be set up in a way where it then can operate this way, but to test it, we will only need dirt roads. And the factory connection at the start will be set in a way where the food factory doesn't get any crops delivered through here. And we'll do a delivery, and then we'll see if I turn this connection around and trigger the and look at the food factory itself, if it says if it has access to crops or not. If it does, we're all good. If it doesn't, then I have to build the food factory up here connected to the grain storage and then connect it back to a storage over here. Alternatively, I can probably also build it with just a very large warehouse, because then it can take crops from here and also put the food back, I guess. So we'll have like 400 tons of food stored and 600 tons of crops, instead of trying to push it through the cargo train station, but we'll see. I want to see if the industrial setup with this would work. I didn't want the foreign workers. Unassign those. All the construction material and the domestic workers can work here. How's our population looking? Still growing quite a lot. Very nice. I don't have any more researchers available right now, so we do need to get more settlements. Otherwise, well, we can't develop anything. Not that we're developing that much. I haven't checked any resources. I don't think we need to worry about resources right now. We'll worry once we get a technical university. I don't want to scour the map manually for everything. That doesn't seem right. Okay, concrete mixers are empty, so we'll unassign those. We will, however, assign the construction offices for the dump trucks and the concrete mixers over here. Maybe I do need another fuel truck. Then again, we already have a lot of bitumen in here. It should be fine. Our bus end station over here has been built. And we already moved the line over. I wasn't quite sure if I did that, but I did. Money's not looking too bad. Last month, lots of profit. This month we did an import. We were working on it. Got more than 1 million rubles in loan, but our loan capacity is very high, so I think we'll be fine. But yeah, food factory is definitely something we should be building. So we'll see if this works, and once it does, we'll set up the town for the area. It might not be in walking distance. I could also have a train station feeding this, but I think a local settlement with a bus stop will do fine enough. A few larger buses can carry enough workers into the food factory. This needs more workers than our medical university. So maybe the town will be over here, carrying everything by bus to this area. And there will be a water purification system up here, with a pipe going to the food factory and a pickup point. So technical services can come to the area and pick up water from here rather than the customs house. We'll need to relocate a construction office here, and then I can put the sewage outflow in this area as well. This might make this area uninhabitable because of pollution for the time being. Or I set up a water purification plant. I don't know yet. At least get some of the basics set up. Why are so many people complaining about loyalty? Is it because of the education? Do I have to reduce the amount of university education we have? I mean, our population is still growing, even if the loyalty is low. I don't know. Iron mine has been constructed. Anyone can go anywhere up here to work. Looks like we don't have any workers waiting here anymore. So we need to increase the amount of workers in the area. I think it'll increase over time, but I would really like to run the iron mine right now. We also need to set up the distribution office to pick up iron. And I also need to probably at some point soon create a new rail distribution office in preparation for specializing them, because that one rail distribution office is quite busy. Looks like we're doing a cement export now. 200 tons. $25,000. It looked like, from how much it said when it was at 20 tons. No, I was misreading that. I moved too quickly, didn't see it correctly. So 14,000. That feels awfully low. But then again, I don't know. It reduces the amount of resources to be exported at once, so you have to do less transportation, I guess. Do we have water up here? Yes. Oh, we have too many firefighters here now, because I moved the truck in. Let's move the truck back out, up to the fire station up here. 10 workers. Fire ladder down in the residential area. The 3 workers might now move to the bus stop instead and go up to the iron mine. No, I want the clinic to be fully staffed. You can, however, only have 3. That's fine. Okay, that's looking pretty good. After waiting an hour, they'll move out to where there's work up here. That's an interesting path to the mine. That's fine. So now we're making iron. Slowly. But we'll speed it up over time. So we get more population in here. We'll see how far we can push this. The highest we can go is 225 tons of iron ore. We have 75% quality. The iron mine does 4 tons of iron ore per worker, so what we are getting is 3 tons. So 750 tons of iron ore at most. And we want less than a third of that. So we want approximately at maximum 80 workers in the iron mine, otherwise the iron ore processing plant is going to get overworked. But 80 workers is 240 workers in a building. We still have that. So I think this is going to be set up for that requirement, and we'll just have to wait until the population grows into that settlement. There's no fire truck in this area. It's all based on this one, and that one doesn't even reach. So these buildings might even burn down before we conclude our test, which is not ideal. Might have to set up a free fire station just in case. Money's going down again. So we want to export all of the iron ore. I don't need it. Everything can be exported. Just need to make sure that the trains run at like full capacity if possible. The most we can carry is 720 tons. So we could set it to 70% and be ensured that we can run a full train load. And I think I'll do that, as I just did. Let's set up a temporary free fire station, I think, on this road. It might become a permanent one for the area, I don't know yet. But it'll be useful in preventing everything from burning down if we can get it set up. It does not need electricity. It does not need fuel. We'll bring that over here manually. And get that one set up ASAP before the industrial buildings. And the Brospin supply office with its cistern can bring some fuel over here for the time being. Let's put this back to variable timing, so our bus balancing works proper again. Do I want to migrate some extra people over here? We cannot store or export coal, so I think we're gonna migrate some people over to the iron mine. And one more building that has enough people in it. Let's pick 90. Statues are set up. Not sure if that's going to be enough loyalty, but we'll see. People are still complaining about loyalty a lot. I don't like it. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Lots and lots of workers here. Walking to work. Well, walking to the next bus stop before they decide where to work. So our fire safety up here should be ensured. And we should make a decent amount of iron. And that iron can all be exported. Since we're not exporting coal anymore, this area is kind of the focus right now. It'll still be good to have the capacity for the coal mine area, but right now we'll focus on iron instead. We'll set up a bus route again in preparation. We'll have to wait until the fire station gets up, and then we can send some microbuses over. 11 people was a lot. We're gonna go for that one again. That was a decent supply. Just gotta wait for the fire station to be built, and we have a fire truck in there, and we can set up the bus route. Wow, they're already almost done with the factory. Love to see it. We got bricks, we got boards. We had everything for the groundworks, just don't have the steel. And then yeah, maybe if it isn't clear if it will work, we'll send some resources into the silo. And if it isn't clear, then we'll send a bus full of workers in here and see if it can draw the crops from the silo through the rail cargo station. We'll also relocate our excavator and bulldozer in this area, so they may assist with anything that comes up. It's quite the traffic jam here. I did institute a speed limit with a zone here. Maybe entrance to city would be better. Hello Sancho, late night stream indeed. That crashed the game. Okay, let's not use that one again. Let's stick with the speed limit signs. How much did I lose? 2 minutes. Not sure how long the stream's gonna go, but I felt like after the slightly unfortunate race I had earlier, where the game crashed, I wanted to do a little bit of workers and resources for relaxation purposes. I drop them off in here. Gotta make the best of of my vacation. Can't do early streams next week. Could still probably do late streams, but yeah, maybe one stream a day at most next week, if at all. Remains to be seen how much work piled up. Okay, why does... oh, it's looping back in on itself because there's no connection here. So, speed restrictions are lifted here. I want to try the city sign again. I don't know what the city sign actually does. Does it have the name of the city on it? I want to use that. Let's remove the speed restrictions and use city signs and see what happens. Might have had a problem here with like limiting back in on itself, and that caused an issue. Let's see if we can make it work. And then another city sign here. Entering the city on the bridge. And one over here, exiting the city limits. This one is just straight through, there's no speed limit here. What are the restrictions for city limits? Is it like 50 kilometers? It looks like 60. Looks like they're restricting themselves to 60 kilometers an hour for city limits. Seems okay. For what reason you do normally 2 4-hour streams and not one longer with a little break? Well, a little break doesn't really reset yourself, like it's still a long stream. Like, I go for lunch, stretch my legs, a little bit of exercise. That's a better reset than trying to take a 5 to 10 minute break. Clears your head more, and when you restart the stream you can get back into it. Also, it makes it easier to set up to upload to YouTube if I upload like an 8-hour video. I don't know if people are gonna look at that. Not that my YouTube videos are the main focus, it's mostly for posterity sake. Like if someone wants to watch the whole thing, then it's gonna be useful to have. I'm not really into editing or video making that much. My god, there's a lot of traffic. Vasaya. So yeah, I enjoy the 3 to 4 hours, then have a 1 to 2 hour break, and then maybe stream or don't stream again. I'm not sure if I always feel like it, so that's why I say like, I might be back later. It's not always guaranteed, but right now it is. Because of the free time. That intersection is very busy. I don't know what to do with this intersection. Maybe we can route them through here first. But they do have to go to the end station, so... maybe it'll spread itself out a little bit better. I guess it's also the problem because I do route them through that that waypoint, so they do have to take left-hand turns from a main road blocking these, whereas if they came from this side, they could just drive past each other. So let's remove that waypoint and see if that fixes itself, if they drive out this way and come back around here and go this way. I still have to give way to this traffic, but if a bus wants to go to the end station and one wants to go back this way, they're not going to interfere with each other. We'll check that later. Money's pretty low again. I also still have to wait for the train to be constructed, the train line, the rail. Let's grab the rail construction office and assign it. I don't think I want to get more rail construction vehicles. that would use steel even faster. We're just gonna have to be patient. I would rather invest in more dump trucks. Looks like they're still driving that way. Well, I guess we could also set up traffic lights. Might be a little bit technologically advanced for us, but let's see. 2 and 4 and 1 and 3. Let's try that. Yeah, let's use a traffic light. Man, if traffic lights were like locked behind the technical university, that could be a problem for larger cities. But that one was also a little bit bad planning. Four-way intersection on the entrance of the town. It looked quite neat at the start, but we should have had one less junction here. Could have moved out this one back to maybe this area. I mean, we still can. We can route it along the past the city hall, which isn't really being used. What did the garbage train do, by the way? It loaded mixed waste again. That's okay. That's clever. You are set to load anything. I don't know when you are going to decide to load hazardous waste. Maybe more mixed waste piled up than hazardous waste, so decided to load that again instead. Probably what happened. Okay, fire station can be constructed. Crane and bus are on their way, and they will finish that construction, so might as well grab the microbuses right now. Not sure how long the construction is going to take, but it shouldn't take too long. Maybe I should drop them off, like all the people that get dropped off here, maybe I should drop them off here instead. I'm dropping them off here so they can go to the indoor pool, can go to the university, and they can all do that from this area. The only thing they can't do is go to the museum. That would probably fix some of the traffic issues. Would also reduce the distance they have to travel. And we could probably save a few buses, reducing traffic on the road. Alright. Fire station. Fire truck will take a while, so the first bus might not unload correctly. I also need to keep the get out set here. So if workers get brought back, they just get dropped off at the bus platform and can then do something else rather than counting as unemployed. We got our increased birth rate research again. Let's check. Last year, 2,200 births. It did go up. This year, 1,800, but it's only October. Sure, I'll go for it again. How bad can it be? Maybe that's the increase in discontent and lack of loyalty. Who knows? Okay, so to Basalia. Instead of Prospin North, you're gonna go to Prospin South. And we're gonna remove that. Everyone but workers gets out here. And then you, which is Mormosk, same thing. I'll probably cut the bus route down by like 2 or 3 buses in total. For both of them. We might be able to switch this back to a non-traffic light intersection. Which is slightly faster if there's not that much traffic. Now picking up workers here now means that we're not going to get as many workers in the concrete and asphalt plant, unless those that walk here directly. So we have 2 residential structures directly in range, and that's it. The ones over here are not connected, but we can connect them, and we shall do that. Because then I think we have a few extra workers that can make sure that our supply of like construction materials are sustained and we don't run into any issues where we don't have workers even for picking up the people from the bus stop all the time. So that should keep our investment safe. We'll have to wait for the rail construction officers to start with these. They're almost done with the rail line here, so they can move over and start building this rail alignment. Not arrived in Mormosk. We haven't finished upgrading this road yet, so let's trigger those road constructions. I forgot about that. How's the iron? The iron is full. We need to tell our rail distribution office to also be able to sell iron ore. I think I've heard that if you tell them that they're allowed to sell something, they will actually do it. Also feels like we don't have enough train cars anymore. I don't know how many more we can fit into this. I really need more rail distribution offices. A rail distribution office just for aggregates would be quite good, since we have a lot of them in a lot of different areas. I mean, the iron could theoretically be the iron can be handled by a dedicated route. I don't need to have the rail distribution office do that, because we don't have any transportation needs in our republic. We just want to sell it. So I will set up a dedicated route that can always sell. So we need to make a train that is like as long as the depot will allow us, which is 150 meters. So some slight math, some slight late night math, with the assistance of a calculator. 150 divided by 17 is 8.8. 8 times 17 is 136. And how long is our train? $14. So we would be exactly at 150. Diesel locomotive plus 8 train cars. I thought the hopper trains were much longer than that, but I guess not. Is there a different option for a hopper car? Yes. EAS bulk cargo. Also, it's 14 meters. Oh, I used the tonnage, I didn't use the length. These are shorter. So they have 60 tons for 12 meters versus 56 for 14. These are longer. 39 rubles. These are much cheaper. What the hell? What's their benefit? I don't know. Okay, so 10 of them would be 120, 132, 140, yeah, 132, so we could have 11 plus 14, 146. We'll procure them slowly, first up. Get all of the cargo wagon. No, we're gonna get all of them. Let me take out a loan. Right. We have 4. We need 11. That is 12. I clicked one too much. Anyway. Get all of them here. We might sell the other one back or just try and bring it into the rail distribution office once we have a dedicated one at some point. I will leave it at the customs house for now. Birth rate increase again. Very nice. And yeah, this train will just run iron exports, dedicated. No distribution office needed in this case. Until we have a steel mill or something, we don't need to portion our iron with a distribution office. We can just run a dedicated route and maybe have 2 of them, depending on how fast our production will be. We'll have to see. It's only 4. Oh my god, don't tell me I bought them here. No? Where did that... Wait, what? Where are the other hopper cars? I'm confused. Borislav. Oh no, did they fall out of the customs house onto somewhere? Okay, show me. No. That's rail distribution office. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did definitely purchase 11 of them. Cargo wagon, hopper car. Waste management? Yes. Why do you have hopper cars in there? Who picked up the hopper cars for you? Oh, I must have misclicked. Got it. No, I didn't misclick, I just still had that one running transportation this whole time. Where are you? Here. Okay. Go back to the depot. Thank you. Now you will have to go to here. Load any cargo wagon that is a hopper car. And come back. This might not load the correct wagons. I think I don't remember if I reported this. Last time I tried this, it tried to load any cargo wagon instead of the ones specified. Construction train waiting too long? Okay. I mean, that's okay, but yeah, you can just also build it. We're not gonna get in each other's way, it's fine. Depending on if it loads the correct wagons or not, will either be fine or we have to send the other train here. We need to get those cars out of here. Let's see what wagons it loads. And if it loads the wrong ones, we'll just assign the same road over here. Oh, that's looking good. Very good. That's all of them. That's more than what will fit into the depot. Slightly longer by one train car. But at least we got our wagons out. So they fixed that, which is nice. If I were to do an 8-hour stream of this, I think I would burn out so much. Talking while also trying to concentrate and building everything effectively is quite demanding on me. Especially since it's still the new waste update, so it's also not easy, I would say. There is still quite a bit of challenge to everything, I would say. See what it does when it enters the depot. So it's too long by one. I will disconnect one. I can't attach it again, which is fine. We will set up another train depending on how fast the iron production is. Definitely want to make sure that all iron gets exported. And waiting until loaded is definitely the default option here. Okay. Refueling also shouldn't be a problem since it's also always driving past the train diesel station. We're out of money. If it is a problem, we can route it through the area that we have designated for mass exports of the waiting platform. But let's run one export first and see how much money we get for the iron. I would like to know. Lots of import. Probably electronics or something else we can't produce. Nope. Just a bunch of steel. Electronics wasn't that expensive. We only imported a truckload. 25,000 this time, I think. We'll see if it can keep up with production or if we do need to get another train. My guess is a second train will be needed, because this can still grow in throughput. We'll see. $27,000. I hope it has a good effect on the steel price and drives it down, so we have to worry less about future construction projects. Our testing area is set up. Just have to wait on the rail line. Fire station is ready to keep it safe. Yeah, just gotta wait for the trains to finish construction, send a delivery of crops in the area. Small delivery, and then see what the food factory says, if it will be able to access the crops or not. Could probably force route the train through this stop. If there were any need to do that. Okay, how's the iron looking? Looks like a single train might be enough for now. It only went up by 200. So, should be able to get back here before it loads again. And this doesn't run full. Okay. Up to almost 2 million rubles, 35,000 rubles a day. I think it's time to consolidate all of our loans into one big one. $33,000 a day, slightly less. And we have some extra money left over. Could shorten the loan a little bit, or just keep it here in case of an emergency. I will probably pay back some of the money, otherwise I'll just go ahead and spend it. So 138,000 will be good to still have, but I don't have any extra. Yep, it will arrive here with the iron still being decreased and not fully replenished, so one train will be enough for now. At some point a second one might be necessary. But not now. So I think the food factory is going to happen regardless. It's just the way we set it up that's still open. And the town for the food factory will be in this area. We'll drop down a name tag. Kamenari. And there will be a somewhat large town. We do need to provide at least 340, 540, 440, 510 workers just for the food factory. Plus we also need to make water in this area and pipe it down into the food factory, because it can consume 8.5 cubic meters of water a day for the production. And that would be a not small amount to handle with trucks. We'll set up a bus platform for the area and develop the town around that. Shopping center, warehouse, probably even a cinema. 500 workers. I mean, that's like 4 buildings again. I guess that's not large enough for its own cinema, right? They can still go to Brospin. So we'll get an end station here to handle the bus traffic. Also the bus traffic to the food factory itself. I think a large one is warranted here. So yeah, that'll be the area for the town to start out with. Buses coming in, right hand turn, then left hand turn into here, right hand turn into left hand turn to leave the area. Will give us all of the space for a settlement. There will be a small heating plant taking care of like 5 to 6 large residential buildings. But should be okay. Kaminari heating plant was something. No, not Kaminari. Something else. Construction train waiting too long. You can move through, it's fine. I could also do the test by sending buses here with, trucks here with like some cargo. Instead of waiting for the train to be connected, just do the test right now and we'll be in the clear as to how this is actually going to work. I'll make things easy and uncomplicated. It's gonna be quite the route though. Going here, picking up crops, and going here and dropping them off. 10%. It's a lot of routes, but all I want to have is some crops here. And then see if the warning about missing resources goes away, because the cargo train station then provides the resources to the adjacent factory, or if it doesn't do that. Exported 1.3k tons of iron. Any effect on the steel price? Not yet. There seems to be a slight dip, but that's not a guarantee yet. But maybe if we keep this up, the steel price is going to keep going down. Here's hoping. I hope it doesn't need electricity for this to behave correctly. Oh my god, you can have such large train stations that will... oh man. Such a train station would make it easy to hook up like... wow, you could have trains... Wait a minute. You have 6 connections with trains. And the chemical plant requires crops, oil, gravel, wood as input. And then it outputs chemicals. So basically 5 trains worth of resources. Water you need to supply by pipe, and waste and mixed waste and hazardous waste you need to handle some way else. But you could basically have trains standing inside the train station with the resources at the ready, instead of trying to store them externally. So basically you just have a train station with 6 train lines and all of the chemical plants connected to this. And then you have dedicated trains always running resource imports into that train station. And wait until they're fully unloaded and then go and pick up more resources. You would need to make sure that each train has its own line, so they don't two trains of the same resource don't occupy two different train tracks, because that could then prevent other trains from entering the station and everything locks up. But yeah, maybe you could run this without a grain silo. Maybe you could just move in trains here full of crops. If you use the one with like 4 lines, you just have trains waiting here full of crops. And then when they're empty, they move back out and pick up more crops. And you always have 2 trains waiting. Or 1 train waiting and a second line that is always ready for another train. And then you have a train waiting here that loads food all the time and transports it somewhere else. So you don't have any storage locally. I don't know if that would work, but the new train stations seem like they could make that possible. And be an interesting setup, I think. Medical University on fire. Well, good thing we have good fire coverage. No loyalty requirement here. Let's put the loyalty requirement back. Government loyalty dropped down to 33%. Maybe the loyalty of everyone dropped because they were being educated by professors that sometimes didn't have the best loyalty. Shouldn't really be the case though. I think all of our citizens have decent loyalty at least. At least the ones that do live in towns. No crops yet, some are on their way right now. Still waiting on our bridge to be built. Looks like everything's working. Might have to buy a few more dump trucks in the near future. Money's looking pretty good. We did drop some money this month, but it's only the start, so we did an early import, I guess. Plastics import for the repair station somewhere. So we now have some crops available here. And this still says missing crops. So it seems like it does not transmit through here. Which makes me want to try the idea with kinda wants me to try the idea with the train station instead. So we only have a food factory here and a large train station and nothing else. I would need to rebuild the train station to 4 lanes. We would take down the grain storage. And then we'd set up the rail line here to always have 2 trains with crops coming by. We don't really have a food storage anywhere. Okay, do I want to do that? Or do I want to try and rework this? I would need to set up the food factory over here. Hook it up to the silo. I think that's probably a safer bet right now. Work with something that we do know works. Well, we're covering the train station in a bunch of stuff. Can I undo that somehow? No, you need to lower it. I don't know. This also makes me kind of want to rebuild everything because now the rail line is covered in that. Let's see, can I lower the terrain? And maybe take something like a heliport. Doesn't look like it. What about the largest residential building we have? Doesn't want to do it anymore. Well, the train station is gonna look mighty ugly if we leave it like that, covered in dirt. Usually what you do is like you place a signal on the train line and it moves the train back above the dirt, or it moves the dirt back down. But you can't really do that on this thing. If I do go for the setup with the 4 train lines, that would be a lot of extra trains that we have to buy. And it also means that we probably have to set up a train diesel station in the area so it can refuel locally. Because I don't think the storage is going to be anywhere near our diesel station, which is next to Preposia. Tearing this up again and rebuilding it also costs money. Let's see. See, that moved the rail lines back up. So they're now clearly visible again. But this here is not great. No, move it down. Move it down. It's moving it back up only, not down. Unfortunate. Just a cargo platform plus a food factory. No storages locally. And then another cargo platform somewhere else with the food. Let's try it, I guess. Don't tell me I need another demolition office. Okay. Okay, then we'll extend this to a 4-lane cargo platform. Rebuild it. We'll have nothing else in the area. And then put in another cargo platform somewhere else. Probably also 4 lanes, where we just store the food. And then it can be picked up by the rail distribution offices from there. And I guess we either have a train diesel station on the way in the area, or we just run the rail end stations again. Maybe we can turn this into the storage area. So we have a town here that, well, we have a tiny village here, which only reason of existence is going to be to provide fire safety to our food storage. So it needs like 30 workers for the fire station, maybe 60 if we want to have it fully occupied, which we probably want to do, because it's gonna take care of everything. Okay, that demolition is gonna take a while. And yeah, the purchases of the trains are gonna be expensive, but they're always gonna be on the ball. They're always gonna be standing somewhere, picking up resources or providing resources. I'm gonna be in here loading crops, waiting for the harvest of crops, and then transporting it to the food factory. And when they're empty, they drive back, pick up more crops, and that's their only objective for the crop trains. And then we have 2 trains hauling food, or maybe 1 train hauling food, because it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So 2 trains for crops, 1 train for food. So what would the layout over here then be? A rail line past this road. And then a 4-lane rail cargo station platform. No, that's too high up. You need to lower it. there are smaller cargo train stations? I don't think so. We have the default one. Oh, there are. Well, we need 4 lanes, so this one would be an option. We don't need a lot of connections. We only need food warehouses connected to it. Actually, I only need 2 connections. Because the food storage will only have 1 train, maybe 2 running. No, I need multiple. They also want to load food from here, so we're going to go for the long cargo train station with 4 lanes. I think that's going to be the best choice. It'll give us enough distance for the cargo train station. Syncriopole? Sure. We'll move that name tag at some point, but yeah, we'll have that cargo train station here. The train line will run probably along this mountain and then into the train station. I'll make all of the lanes available, accessible. And then we have to run the rail line around here, across the road, into this. Properly connected, please. And then also connect to this one. Because this is going to be the main storage of food for our nation. And it's going to be a very, very small, very specialized village. Just making sure the fire trucks are occupied and they keep our food storage safe. Tons versus 800 tons. 4 of these or 1 of these. We can have a lot of those. It will be a very large food storage in this area. Just need to make sure that we can actually get the road connections to go out here. Yeah, just gonna wreck all of that, I guess. Try the new strategy. We'll start with one warehouse. We have the option to extend this area with a lot more warehouses if we need to. Gotta leave the area around the cargo train station open to make sure we don't lower our options here. But yeah, we could basically, with this logic, with this method, have explicit storages everywhere around the map for the resources that we are producing ourselves. The advantages of a flat map. Wouldn't it be nice? And then maybe also we have a rail distribution office in the area, just handling distribution of food throughout our nation. That is the other option. Centralize and decentralize. Stop complaining about trains waiting too long. This is intentional. Clinic. Being too overworked. This one needs an ambulance. Did not procure one for that, but this will help. Because it also has Volcanodeni in range. And then we have 2 ambulances handling this area, instead of one that was also driving into the villages. So I think there will also be a rail distribution office in the area. Also covered by the same fire station. And that can then transport food throughout our nation. And it takes off the load of transporting food what currently the distribution office in Volcanodeni Almavari area does. So we'll have our rail distribution office just for food, but probably also the other citizen goods like that we can't produce ourselves, like electronics. That's going to be covered by the fire station in Synchropol. How's the iron doing? The storage is now empty, and the train is waiting to be loaded, which is good. How's the steel price? Oh, it's evening out. It's trying to drop, but it's not doing so yet. I hope it does. Soon. Just keep exporting more iron and hope that it happens. Our road is done. is that we can remove the dirt roads here. I also have to set up a train diesel station, but that's probably going to be in Kaminari. With their distribution office. Could also be in this area, since we already have an oil storage. Just run a train line off here and connect it via pipe. Or run it in parallel, I guess that would also work. We have a train diesel station here. Probably move it slightly back to give trains that are slightly longer the ability to refuel as well. Yep, that should work. Fire safety from this fire station across the bridge, and then with a road over here. Presumably that is long enough. Yes. Barely. too close. Not long enough. Quite the janky train setup here. Yep, quite the janky train setup. You'll have to wait. Synchriopol. We're not gonna go with the largest fire station. I think we're just gonna go with a small fire station and have 2 fire trucks. I still need to set up the warehouses. Do I want to leave this area open for more warehouses? Do I want more warehouses over here? How do I want them to be laid out? These ones are quite chunky. If I were to go for the very tall and thin ones, maybe I should go for these ones. 350. And they're not very wide. Oh, that could work quite well. For setting them up staggered like that. That's 1,400 in storage. What's the other option? Having them sideways? Staggering them like this, then the next one, then the next one would allow us to connect all of them by road. Maybe we can do that one with the smaller ones too. Don't have to use the largest ones. Then this is covering the other factory connection. We're also gonna have problems with like the length of the factory connection quite quickly. This feels like Tetris now. Alright. Tooltip in the way again. It's 700. Is it? No, it's 400. The thin one is better. For barely any more space used. This warehouse puzzle is wrecking my brain right now. How much storage do I want? I would like at least 2,000, I think. I mean, I could just go for the largest warehouse, which is like more than 2 of these. This one has 550. Oh yeah, we're gonna go for these. And we're not gonna try and connect as many as possible, just connect 2 of them and be happy. Like so. Well, not like so. Excuse me. That's not gonna work. Oh, like so then. give us good storage with not as much brain power needed to fit them into this area. $1,600 tons. Previously I had 4 of the other warehouses, which was decent storage. 650, 1,300. And this is much easier to set up. Do I want more warehouses over here? I don't know yet. Probably not. And then a tiny village over here with the responsibility of a tiny fire station, keeping our warehouses safe. I think that'll count as a settlement. They will also have to drive to Rospin. Maybe have a road connection along that way as well. There's not going to be any crossing through that mountain. You really like this run with all the cities. Sorry for missing your message for like 20 minutes, but I'm glad to hear it. Wow, I was so focused on everything. I zoned out from Twitch chat. I also like the very many small settlements. I think this is shaping up to be a very good choice with the limited research. So we'll have the settlement on the entrance to the storage area over here. Then a bus can run back to Brospin. Not sure how many we will need. There will be a a small bus end station in the area for buses that are coming back. Yeah, sorry. It is getting quite late and I'm also getting a little bit tired, but I can't stop planning. Plus the music is very chill. Keeps you going. So we'll have the village over here. Hopefully it won't have any issues with the sewage coming from the food factory into the lake. It will only be the factory, no residential area will create any sewage. We need a lot of deliveries removing this waste. The iron ore price is going up, which should be fine. We're gonna export it, make a little bit extra money, I guess. Maybe when the price recovers, the steel price is gonna go down. What's the steel price right now? It stopped climbing, which is good. It was climbing and then it stopped. This year, minus 5 years. So presumably this will go up again. How's the iron price? Going down. And now going back up again. Yeah, sure. Let's repay another 200,000 on our loan. $31 per building. Oh, am I gonna go with these instead? Only a small grocer again, plus a pub. And probably also a clinic, because Brospin and nothing else is gonna reach here until we maybe have Kaminari set up, but I don't think that's gonna reach over there either. Let's check the ambulance distance. It is not going to be in range. Yeah, it ends over there already. So yeah, a small clinic as well. No school. That will be handled by buses. Police station. Police station will be done by Kaminari. If this one will not reach, probably. No, same distance. Also, it will be very small, so police station is hopefully not necessary. A grocer and a pub. 90 people here. That's more than enough. 60 for the fire station, plus the rest for the grocer, pub, kindergarten, a clinic. Well, I say it should be enough. We'll probably only have like... Oh, the bus stop is over there. I built next to the bus end station. It is getting late now, so that's for sure. But the general concept of the area still stands. Maybe leave a little bit more room for monuments. Heating plant will still be built in walking distance of the bus stop. Probably next to the end station, but not yet next to the residential buildings. Still not sure about the lack of a police station, but hopefully they can be fine without that. But yes, I wasn't thinking about a heating plant until you said it. Thankfully that's always possible as an afterthought, it just needs to be within walking distance. Feels like I should be able to connect something over here. That looks weird, because it's not symmetrical. But it's probably fine. Maybe if I put a snapping point here first. Oh, it doesn't allow me to click this one. Weird. Now I can. There we go. And yeah, the heating plant in range of everything, probably next to the fire station. We also still need a distribution office. And probably also a gas station in the area. Anyone from the bus stop can reach everything. I mean, they can walk there directly anyway. Most of them can. And the distribution office. And the gas station. Grocer, clinic. I think I'm missing the pub. RIP money. Hello cereal. RIP money indeed. RIP my mouse finger clicking the right mouse button all the time. $500,000. And now money's going back up again. Thankfully it's pretty warm right now, so no chance of me overlooking something and then everyone freezing to death that easily. Squeeze the pub in here. I'll have a okay-ish look from their balcony over the lake. Definitely not going to be something they want to swim in. That's why they won't get a beach. But yeah, just a distribution office, I think, to make sure everything over here is well supplied. And then also a gas station. And we might have to supply the gas station initially with some fuel. So I don't know if you are... oh, maybe not here. I'm not sure if you are going to be able to get fuel. Might be a situation where the distribution office is out of range of any gas station, so it can't do the initial supply, although we do still have the free gas station in that area. That's gonna be a weird factory setup. I hope it'll work well. Let's repay that loan so we don't have to pay interest. And start construction of this area. Okay. No bridge. Should hopefully not be an issue. Famous last words. There's not going to be any train running into this area other than from the rail distribution office. And the one from the food factory delivering food. But they will always have room. The food trains will always have room sitting in here. And there's two or three lanes available for the rail distribution office to go in here and pick stuff up. So I don't see a traffic jam being an issue. At least not yet. That building up there is not in range, but that's okay. It's all is in range of the bus stop. So that one does not find any work. It'll go to the bus stop. And then from there it can go to the other buildings. So we can develop our village up the mountain if we wanted to. Basically a precursor of the other town in the center that I wanted to develop over the mountain. Excuse me? You're not emptying out your mixed waste. Didn't I get 500k? I used it to I repaid it already because I went back above 500,000 as soon as I got it, and I said repay it right now so I don't have to pay interest. Yeah. Okay, waste management, copy our settings and paste them onto this one. Water and sewage, customs house, yes. We don't have any water or sewage in this one. But right now our iron mine is not working because it ran full on waste. There's a lot of garbage to be carried away. So I needed like 4 more trucks to handle that. I'll hopefully be able to keep this area nice and clean. I'll have to transport it over to Brospin rail station. You're loading mixed waste again. At some point we'll have more hazardous waste than mixed waste, and then I'll start loading hazardous waste and it's going to become a problem. I really hope we can move this over to the rail distribution office at some point, because I really like that functionality. I don't want to use the polluting waste dumps. Guess we're gonna get Synchriopole first. Then develop the... well, it's just gonna be a rail cargo station here. That's all it's gonna be. Next to the food factory. No more storages. And then develop Kaminari to have workers for the food factory. And then we need to spend a lot of money to get the trains set up. 2 crop trains should be able to handle it. Could also be doing it with 1. Depends on how fast the train can go to the farm and back. I think 2 will probably be what I want to do. Because if the train leaves, the other train still needs to be here and provide crops. Otherwise the food factory won't work. The trains are going to be the mobile storage in that case. Which might not be ideal, but we'll see. If it doesn't work out, we can always tear it down and retry. Takes a while though. Don't have any water, like no large water distribution here. So to repair wear and tear on buildings, what facility do you need to automate it? It's done by construction offices. Any construction office can participate. So if you have a construction office that does like regular work, you can also do reconstruction, which is building repairs, or machine replacement, which is repairing the machines in industries. However, what I like to do is I like to build small construction offices of like 6 slots, fill them with some small vehicles, and then tell them to only do reconstruction and machine replacement. So I always know that even if I'm doing a lot of construction tasks, I have one small construction office that is only focused on repairing buildings. Because residential buildings and their citizens get really cranky if you don't repair their buildings fast enough. Their happiness goes down over time. Okay, we might need a technical service just handling the waste from this production line if we can't keep it up with the technical service we have over here. Is that the same problem for the coal? No. That one is being handled fine. We did, however, make a dedicated waste storage out here. Maybe the technical service just needs a little bit to get started. I probably have to get more waste trucks. It is quite the distance. They're barely able to keep up. Just barely. Alright, more waste trucks for the iron mine, I guess. And one more once we have the money. Yep, waste management is now a concern. So you can make a lot of resources in an area, but what are you going to do with the waste that gets generated? And this is like running at not a lot of people. There could be a lot more waste being generated here. And then you probably have to hook it up to the train line directly. But if trains load that slowly, I don't know. Could be outproducing the trains even. I wonder if the slow loading speed is intentional or not. I'm getting a lot less loyalty warnings. I wonder if like me triggering an increase in birth rate causes a drop in loyalty. I don't know. We'll need water, electricity and sewage. There will be a high voltage switch between Kaminari and Singriopol. Somewhere over here. I went with a 12 megawatt wire down that route. So I think I'm gonna pick a 12, 13 or 14 megawatt wire going this way. And I do like the look of the 13 megawatt wire, I think. Okay, the poles are quite close, so I think... Oh yeah, someone figured out that you can place the 18 megawatt wires just by cycling through them, which is probably gonna get fixed soon. How far are these? Okay. That looks like a reasonable distance. You can also build oil pumps without researching the oil map. No, that's intentional. I mean, I can also build coal and iron without researching the map. It still allows you to build all of these, even though you don't have them visible on the map. You just have to go look for them manually. I think it should prevent you from seeing anything until you get the research, but then I couldn't do anything with coal and iron. So I think the way it is right now is probably a good compromise. I can still do coal, iron and oil, but it gets annoying looking for things, so you do want to focus on the research to make it easier. And I myself, I stopped looking for resources. Like, until I say, okay, I need more iron, I need more coal, I'm not gonna look for it. And then at some point I'm going to look for it and see that I probably built Kaminari right on top of an oil field or a coal field or something. There's no oil in the area here. No oil over here. Yeah, I think if you prevent it completely, then you make the... You probably make the Technical University a requirement from the start. I think it's a little bit unfortunate that it's an inconvenience right now. You could go ahead and search the whole map for everything, but I do think that coal, iron and oil, maybe not oil, but coal and iron should at least be available from the start. Okay, I guess oil also. You can, but if I didn't produce any oil myself, I would go bankrupt, because you would import fuel and then the fuel price would just shoot up. I'm exporting oil constantly just so the fuel price stays low. Well, I'm exporting it only to keep the fuel price low. If I weren't exporting any oil, the fuel would already be way too high in price. The quantity of oil is probably the issue. But the oil price shouldn't be OP anymore. The oil shouldn't be OP anymore, because without research, if you're exporting oil, look at my oil price. It's barely worth anything now. You need the research to make oil a valid export. if you want to use it to earn money. So the oil price has decreased quite a lot, together with the fuel price. That's not true anymore. That's not true. You do need workers because the buildings do require maintenance. You will have to repair them. You will have to repair the whole infrastructure. So you can't run those without workers anymore. You could use foreign workers, but then you're cutting into your own profit margin. The repair is the construction office, yes, but it's also, you need workers to run the repair, right? You can't just say construction office. It will trigger like a construction task. So you basically do like a building construction. It's like when you initially build the building. Let me show you. I don't know if you've seen it, but if the not really. So this one is at 25% wear and tear. The refinery, the pump jack costs 6.3 tons of steel and 1.3 tons of mechanical components. If I trigger maintenance on 25%, this is the cost. This is on 25%. It's more than 10% of the building. And you have to redo that continuously. And it does require workers. Yes, the maintenance is cheap. But every piece of the infrastructure does require constant maintenance. And if you're using foreign workers are not the ideal case. You can have your own citizens living for 10 years if you have set up the infrastructure before it costs as much as a foreign worker. So foreign manpower currently costs 36 rubles per workday, and domestically it costs 22.9, so less than 10%. That excludes, of course, all of the infrastructure, and it's maybe a little bit more expensive because the infrastructure also needs maintenance. But yeah, it does not run without workers. Previously you could just set something up and it works continuously without costing you anything else. And now you need workers, you need construction offices, and the construction offices need machinery, which also will need repairs. Because these vehicles, they also get worn down. This thing needs like repairs. And then they'll need a repair station to get repairs done. It's not a fixed cost, but it's a sliding scale depending on how high the wear and tear is. So it's a known constant. You also have to factor in that at some point you will have to buy new machines. So vehicles will become too old at some point and can't be repaired anymore. They're not infinite. But yeah, manpower is... You can't say that oil is working without manpower anymore. It will need manpower at some point, even if it's just for maintenance. And that's what I like. Like what you noticed with the iron mine, I was like completely... I missed the fact that it also produces waste. So I can't just have this thing infinitely producing resources. At some point it will need another instance of something to deal with the components. No machine wear and tear yet. This one has a little bit of wear and tear. I did want another truck. So now we're gonna bring a lot more waste to Brospin for the train to load. And it seems like it's having a tough time. I think if we were making the train longer, it would be able to load a little bit faster. But this is filling up quite quickly. Might need to set up a gravel recycling plant to deal with the construction waste. But I don't want to. The train has a lot of capacity, it's just loading very slowly. And unfortunately a direct train can only load one resource of one type. Does the building still work during reconstruction? Depends. So most buildings will continue working during any reconstruction. But if you're doing a machine replacement, it will stop working for the time. So if you're doing machine reconstruction for this building, this building has a wear and tear level, which is just the building itself, and then a wear and tear level of the machines. If the machines get replaced, it will stop producing for the time being. Voltage switches are not don't have machines, they're just a building. They just have wear and tear. So I think the machines only exist in buildings that produce something, like some type of resource. I think it also exists in power plants, but I think those buildings are like just reduced efficiency, they don't completely shut down. I also seem to remember that heating plants had the same thing, but well, when heating plants get repaired, like even if you're doing wear and tear, it also reduces the productivity of the building. So if a heating plant has repairs being done to it, its output is limited, oh not limited, but the productivity is down to 70%. I think you can compensate it with more workers, because usually you reach that productivity at like already half the amount of workers. But it forces you to provide a few more workers or micromanage the repairs, which I don't think anyone will do. Best to do repairs for heating plants in the summer. Well, I'm not doing anything like that, I'm just setting the heating plant to a limit that will run through maintenance and I don't have to sit there and wait for anything. This heating plant running at 30 workers is overkill, but I don't have to manage it, so it's gonna do its thing and that's gonna be fine. I need more vehicles in the dump truck construction office. I think 20 workers is too much, but I don't know. Fire safety up here is probably very important, so I'll leave it at 20. Maybe 15. Let's do 15. $125 tons at 60 workers. Doing fine. Now that we're dealing with the waste, This is, well, we're dealing with the waste usually. Can't believe this isn't able to keep up. Why are you not picking things up? Well, this building doesn't have an option for that. I could recycle the construction waste out of the iron mine, but I don't care about that. The iron ore processing plant is making a lot of waste. Is the coal one the same? I have 2 of them and I don't have any issues. This one has a much smaller storage for waste. Let's compare them. Iron processing. 6.8 tons of waste per day versus 5.25 tons of waste per day. Okay, so 20% less-ish. I'm a little bit confused that the technical service is not moving right now. Did we run full on waste? No. We just suddenly decided to stop moving waste. Iron mine. Please send more trucks. I think it's only sending 1 truck until the other one arrives, which isn't that helpful. We might have to build a technical service here to make sure that this is not an issue. Just for the iron mine. And then move the garbage trucks over so they clear this area a little bit more efficient. Iron mine. Iron mine makes 17.5 tons, but we're running that at reduced rate, but it's also making a lot. I was looking at that one, which says 6.8. Let's see what the coal mine does. Coal mine also says 16.1. So the iron and coal mine make a lot of waste. I guess I should add the garbage transfer then for the mine and handle it with dedicated vehicles. Actually, I don't need to. If I get the technical service and handling that, it'll be enough. I don't need... Just a second. No, I will change that, you're right. If the iron mine makes the most waste, then I should handle that differently. The plant is usually full, completely. 11, and this one has like extra workers. I'm not going to micromanage that because the amount of workers might change as the population in Dubasalia grows. We should get around 100 workers maximum in here, so 200 tons of iron ore or thereabouts. And the iron ore processing facility should be able to keep up with that. So currently there's a few extra workers in the iron ore processing facility that don't really need to be there, but they don't hurt. Instead of the technical service, I will build a small distribution office and then have 5 trucks emptying out that storage continuously for the iron mine. Oh yeah, the amount of workers also, true. Looks like we've run... Oh, we can't produce iron anymore because the ore processing plant is run full. Once we separate out the waste from the iron mine into its own storage and handle that with a dedicated distribution office, the ore processing plant shouldn't stop producing as often. We have the same thing over here, dedicated waste storage. But we're not producing that much coal anymore since we're not exporting. At least I've decided not to export anymore. We'll move most of the garbage trucks over, 5 of them. Then probably put a water and sewage truck in here. And hopefully we can keep this area cleared out. They do have to run quite the distance to get the garbage out of the iron mine. Now I'm wondering if a small distribution office is gonna be enough. We can always add another one, I guess. But let's try with one for now. So we need to make iron production a little bit more efficient. The waste management is not keeping up. Alternatively, I could have a train station in the area, right here, where I just have another waste train, so the distribution office just transports all the way over here instead. And we make another garbage dump in the area. But by garbage dump I mean the transfer point for waste. So just a train station for loading garbage. Nothing else. I'm not opposed to that. I think that would be quite neat. Well, when I said we were done with rail construction in the area, what I meant was we're gonna build more trains in the more train stations in this area. Okay, so we'll have another train with like 3 wagons loading waste in this area. And then it'll also transport its waste to the incinerator. Let's get another train. We already have a train. I'll leave the waste wagons in here because I need those for testing if there was an update. Like, check if at some point we can load all the waste types from Brosbin. Right now we can only load plastic, but we should be able to load the other ones as well. Unless they decide that that is not how this is supposed to work. But I do think it would be quite neat if it does. $10 meters for 30 tons versus 14 meters for 56 tons. I think I'm gonna go with these. Okay. Construction is going to be so much faster with the concrete and asphalt plant right next door. It's not going to be any contest to the customs house anymore. Yeah, just need to handle the waste. I'm going to put it into the storage and transport it with a train directly. We could also then assign this distribution office to load waste in this area, also into this train station. Still a lot of waste to remove. They also have the old garbage trucks which only drive like 62 kilometers an hour. Maybe I should relocate some of the new waste trucks into the demolition office. Okay, that should fill that up. A few more waste trucks for demolition tasks. As we've seen with the large building demolition, it's taking quite a while to get all of the waste removed. Where are we transporting the waste anyway? I assume we're transporting it directly to the border right now. Yes, except for the mixed waste that goes to the incinerator. We will have to set that up. I guess we could also set up a demolition office here and dump all of the waste into this as well. But for construction waste, etc., it's a little bit more difficult, I think. So this should be able to auto-assign itself to these construction tasks. Well, at least one of the lanes. We'll assign it manually. We'll now have fuel in this area for trains as soon as the rail lines have been hooked up. Hopefully the distribution office with the single oil tanker can keep up. I really would like you to build the other train tracks first. Gonna be a quick construction, I think. So if oil is still overpowered, which I don't think it is, but might be able to argue that, they could just increase the maintenance wear and tear. So either have repairs needed more often because of the constantly moving machinery, or just increase the cost per repair action. But I don't think it's OP anymore because, as I've shown, the oil price was like dropping to like nothing. It started at like 30, 40, and we're now at 20. And this is all the oil I'm making. So production of resources is overall 3.3 million, and we've passed that with coal. Just from a production perspective. Twice the amount of coal produced. Even crops is competitive with oil. And I think crops are easier to set up. This year, 120,000 in oil. Last year, oil half as much as crops. Oil about that level on cement. So I don't know. I think they've balanced it. If you want to go into oil, you have to go into the research, which makes sure that if you're exporting oil, the oil price does not go down. But it requires a combination of a technical university and not a party headquarter. And then you have to go down the metallurgy into fatigue materials, into pipeline pressure, into OPEC, which will make exporting oil have less of an effect on the price of oil, so you can sell it for more. So I don't know. Remains to be seen. When you start out with oil, it feels like it's making you a lot of money, and then it becomes less and less. Way quicker than other resources. I do still wonder if I could make a lot of money just running crops with trains directly to the grain silos. Just continuously exporting crops. Probably not. But I have no guarantee. I have no I don't know. I haven't tested it. I would need to do some testing with that. I have a dot here that I can't remove. Whenever I see those, I'm getting a little bit annoyed. Okay, distribution office is set up. We don't have our waste storage over here yet, but we can remove our move our garbage trucks to the distribution office soon. Once this building has been constructed, and then draw out the waste from the iron mine directly, instead of having it go into the general mixed waste storage stand. I have like 3 trucks in here, right? Yeah. So I probably will leave 2 in there and can move 1 over. Like, oops, that was the wrong button. I wanted to move only you over. And then get a bunch more. I only clicked twice. But there's... wait, what? Oh, I moved all of the vehicles over. That's not what I wanted to do. I used the relocate all vehicles button instead. My bad. You're gonna go back. You still have waste in there. But yeah, 1 vehicle plus 4 additional ones. There we go. Now we'll just wait for this stand to be constructed. And the one next to the iron mine, and then we can transport the waste down. Maybe I should export coal again. I would need a dedicated distribution office to do so. Probably set up a dedicated distribution office just for exports and then restrict it to only exports. Otherwise I run the issue of like draining our resources for domestic supply. Yes, I know, electricity. Okay, can't assign the task here yet, can't assign the task here yet. We do have our train set up, but we also can't assign any task over there yet. We basically need you to pick up any waste. It's going to be only mixed waste, but any waste from this, and dump it into the incinerator continuously. And you can sit in here and wait until loaded. Don't need to run. Why are our construction trains that slow? I mean, I know I relocated a bunch of people, but I would have assumed these buildings have filled up again. That doesn't seem to be the case. Some people complain about culture. But they are all in walking distance of a cinema. At least we almost got the garbage stand next to the iron mine up. That's gonna increase the capacity by a lot. Like, what we were doing, like 100 tons in these. It's 97, which is way more than this one. Only holds 50. Slightly larger, but yeah, we'll have to empty it out with a dedicated distribution office. We'll add a water truck, a sewage truck for the area, just for the villagers. Brospin can help. The one water truck and one sewage truck aren't enough, but it should add a little bit more decentralization to the area. Almost done with the garbage stand. Groundworks, 2 small resource deliveries, a little bit of extra work, and it's done. Just basically putting up the fences and placing down the containers, I guess. How did the cleanup go? Well, they're getting there. 6 more deliveries from these. No, more than that. 8 deliveries. And that's more than 8. And the area has been cleared up. We'll put down our large train station. And then see if we can start construction of Synchrio pole. As well as Kaminari. Both of them going to work in tandem to set up our food production and storage. But yeah, first I need to fix the iron mine. Police going through the iron mine. Is it the iron mine? Iron mine, iron mine. Yep, I think it's the iron mine. Don't know if the road crane is going to arrive here in time, but this building will be done very soon. And then the iron mine can work a lot before it fills up again. And by the time we might be done with the storage down here and the train station. This one, however, is waiting on some extra gravel. It's on its way now. These dump trucks are getting worked quite a lot. Couldn't have finished that rail track, could you? Unfortunate. Well, once you get back here, you'll be able to finish that one. There we go. Dedicated storage. Just mixed waste, not gonna filter anything out. It's fine. I should do the same for the coal mine, really. I mean, no, this one I'm just selling at the border, so we can filter out the construction waste, that'll be fine. Might even be able to filter out the biological waste, but it's probably generating such little amounts of that that it doesn't really matter. Yes, money, I know, should not have repaid. There comes the steel. Let's finish this construction of that building. Can do the gravel laying phase on the factory connection, just need workers. And we finally also have a connection to the actual train station. Yeah, once that is in place, the distribution office does not have to travel far to remove the waste from up here. And hopefully the technical services will then be able to clean up the other storages continuously. This is still filling up somewhat, but most of the waste is not now going to go into this garbage transfer. Oh, we can also use that one to empty it out. I thought this one could only be done by technical services, but I guess we could also use distribution offices for that. That'll help a lot. New information for me. Yeah, you can have any waste truck, so I guess it makes sense. Probably as long as it has a road connection, it's fair game. So these ones probably not, yeah. But if you have one with a road connection, you can empty that out with a distribution office too, to make sure it's empty. Also a very quick construction task for the small train station here. Really, we could not finish these? That's a shame. Rolling asphalt, taking a while, no problem. I want to set up this waste removal system from the area, and then I'm gonna go to bed. It's already 3 AM. This has gone a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I really enjoyed it. We need to increase the priority of these. Those are new train tracks from the initial ones, so they actually go here and finish those. Factory connection is done. This one needs workers and some cranes. as does this. Should be fine. Increase the priority, make sure this gets constructed. That's a lot of bitumen. 500 tons of bitumen. 160,000. Which is actually not that much money. So the bitumen price is also fairly low because of our oil exports, which I like. It's going to drift higher eventually, but yeah, we're trying to keep it as low as possible. I'm so happy that that strategy actually works, so you can play without having an oil refinery. Just need to export some oil, some crude oil. Alright, time to bring the waste down here. Wait for the train station to finish construction. Wait for the rail lines to hook up. And then we can send our train out. We'll also have to make this these connections, but not before the waste delivery, because this will allow the train to refuel if it needs to do so in this area, and it can't find access to our train diesel cargo station over here, or train diesel station, not cargo station. Yeah. So this train diesel station, instead of supplying it with a truck, I could also run a pipe just directly to it. Shouldn't need a pump. The only thing that is problematic is that it does not allow underground connections, so... But since we've learned that we can just move this to the ground and then run it as an underground pipe, that's not going to be much of a problem. We do of course need to make sure that we actually are on the ground. I know the mistake I made. That's the wrong connection. I need an output connection. Did I already mention that it's getting late? And then we will not need a distribution office for that task. It'll just be done by the pipe itself, I think. Looks like we ran out of money. And we had heating issues. Hopefully it didn't affect too many people. Let's take out another loan. We're very close. How's the iron mine doing? Emptied out. Not emptied out yet. I think they'll get there. Where is our construction train? Okay, there's one incoming now. I will finish the route all the way to the cargo platform. And then the other one will be there to make sure we can run it like a regular train route. This one also doesn't seem like it wants to load. Well, I guess one truck per delivery, and then it sends out another one. That is probably from a technical service. Yeah. I thought this one would load from here as well. Where did the construction train go? Oh, there it is. What are you doing? I think it's running in a circle. Okay, I might have to report that. Save that, so we have the ability to report that, and then override our regular save here, and then fix this issue by probably just removing a signal. Let's remove these so it can go wherever it wants to. And hopefully it'll choose the correct lane this time. Not sure why it doesn't travel into here. That's super strange. Go back to the construction office, please. And try again. Hopefully both of them won't run in a circle now. We need our waste export, otherwise the amount of money we're earning, or the amount of steel price we're trying to decrease is gonna be minimal. I thought the distribution office would work with that, since we could assign it. Also probably have to report that. It's not sending enough technical service vehicles here for sure. Or the travel time is too long. But yeah, I would like to solve that with either the distribution office or I have to rebuild the technical service again. Plan another technical service in the area, which also could take over snowplow duties, I guess. Okay, one train made it. That one, however, does not. I think I made it snap and unassign itself, because the only way to get there now is to drive in here and then turn around and drive into the construction site. Very slow. Can you assist by taking waste out directly from the iron ore processing plant? Because that one would also help. I don't think so. Yeah, it's not made available for any of these. I'll have to report that when I wake up. I'm too tired now. I have to write it down and remember it. Okay, so now you should be able to do that construction. And hopefully not drive in a loop to finish that route. In the meantime, we can get our waste train and give you your route, which is going to be go here, load any waste until you're full, and then go to the incinerator and unload until you're empty. And that's it. Can you assign train diesel stations and tell them to refuel there? Fortunately still not, no. I mean, that's what the rail end station is for. give it a speaking name so we can distinguish it from a list. $16,000. Okay. That's not bad. There's our waste drain. I'm also happy that we have a lot of trains going, because I like trains. It's a different way than previously though, it's a lot of smaller like train stops, but that's fine. Feels a lot more organic than previously. Go in. Keep driving. And it teleported itself back home because it didn't like that apparently. What if I remove these signals as well? Can you figure that out? I hope so. This might be loading slower than we're producing waste. Oh well. That's working. Need to correct our last railroad and then we're done for today. I don't know where it's gonna go. Well, I guess I know where it's gonna go. It's gonna go this way and then teleport back home. Probably. Can you leave? Maybe then the construction train will be fine. And you turn around, please. Okay, you have to go home. So you can't find a path now. Through here, here. Ah, that's annoying. We'll use a waypoint instead, I think. So you are going to go after the waste. You're going to go here, over here, and then to the incinerator. Hopefully you can do that. And we'll remove the waypoints as soon as the rail track has been constructed. Wow. That was quick. should fix it. Did it remove it from the named line? Yes. Here's our construction train. Will it be able to find a path, or will it reset itself again? This time it seems to be working. Okay, so at least we got that resolved. That means we can remove the waypoints again. And I think this line has been set up successfully. Okay, now we're set up, I believe. So, that's going to be it for me for today, at least for tonight. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow, or today, depending on how you count days. Until then, wish you all the best, take care, have a good night, and maybe I'll see you next time.